First cars in 10 minutes.
He said don't hit him.
Okay.
As long as he can see you and I got to push the pass, he'll move.
Is stinking one car over there?
Huh?
One car?
Yeah.
Ian was saying he had a disorder.
Huh?
Ian was saying he had a disorder.
Yeah, he's autistic. But that's what makes him a good driver.
What he likes focuses when he races.
Totally focuses.
That's cool.
It's not a hinder.
And I think about that.
0.3 miles to target.
He has his ways that make him just as awesome as everybody else.
Yeah, I know. So what's happening with Bolton? I don't know if anybody's gonna drive the. I don't think anybody's driving the NA. Because what she just said is he's lining up behind that car. There's no Bolton.
He's first, we're second, he's third, Potter's fourth. There's another one right there, that's 5.
Oh yeah.
There's the Red Bull one behind Cotter, that's 6.
Is Red Bull a commercial car?
They got him lining up way back here.
Oh, Stratman?
That one car lining up way back here.
Don't like it, come up right now, shake your hand.
0.3 miles to target.
This is a default impersonation.
Raise your hand if you want me to stay moving. How about another NA? Raise your hand. Yeah. Woo! Alright, raise your hand if you want me to.
Well, I missed one.
Raise your hand if you would like another NA to pass.
814. I'll get his information here. Shane's 43 years old out of Yuma, Arizona. He is in a Can-Am with Astrid Gilbert riding shotgun with him. And look at that, is a very awesome shot that we were watching Martin go through. All right, and here we do see Shane making his way around off of the start there. All right, next up we do have, that says, should be, I'm sorry, here I can't see that number, but that should be the 830 of Jacob Larson.
Yep, this should be the 1830. He is one of our unlimited entries.
Want to always make sure it's the right car we're talking about, but like you just said, that is 1830 of Jacob Larson out of Parker, Arizona.
Looks like we are currently following the 814 of Hale.
You're in with us.
Well, it's supposed to be 6, but Bolton isn't. I don't know why Bolton is racing. He's in his Pro R. But they brought the NA car out. It's still parked next to the trailer.
What's happening?
Get it ready.
You ready, huh? Well, Lord bless you and your dad. Have a good time, all right?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No, it's first race. I've never seen Adler. Jen rarely races with us. The Connor's new and the black car is new in the back. So it's only been like me and then Jen sometimes. Because Chase is done. Tired.
3 miles to target.
He's just like with his son. He's gonna go to Turbo, I think, or Pro R. But yeah, for the Connor car, George was supposed to be racing it, but they cut him off. So now another guy's kid is racing. But George is still gonna do the NA car for them. It's weird. Like they just the Pro R. They just cut him off. It was last second. Like cut him off 2 days before the race. They're gonna say, sorry, you're still gonna do our Pro R though. Probably over money. It was like I want my son to race. Because Cotter's car is the Dodge's old one. So they sold it and they bought it and then they cut off George.
The red Bull car
Red
is
Bull?
1800.
Dad, Red Bull 1800?
Huh?
Red Bull 1800?
No, 1900.
Lumacraft, he is a AM Ortega Construction, RTL, Traffic Control, Maxima Oils, Spec 9 eyewear, PDR Development, Rugged Radios, HPR Rugged, and a Lumacraft race cars. Braden Colley out of El Cajon, also a co-driver for him, and Carl Potts out of Scottsdale, Arizona.
Ooh, here's one I'm pretty familiar with. This is the 1861 of Nathan Hale.
Oh, there we go.
They are based out of Salt Lake City, I can tell you that much.
Awesome. Yeah, Nate Hill, like you just said, Salt Lake City, running in a Polaris, Swirl Woodcraft Polaris, Factory UTV, Vital Motion, UTV Pros, OMF Performance, Animal Installations, BFG Tires, RCV, and Southpaw Motorsports.
He's going to be one of our guys. He's not at the front like he wants. I'll rephrase that. He likes starting 4 or 5 back and sneaking up on him.
Okay. You know,
So-
it's funny that some drivers do prefer that.
Nate's one of them. And he is not afraid of dust. I have a feeling when we cut to his in-car, he will be in dust wide open. More times than we can count. He is one of our faster guys out here in this Pro Open class. And he's got some competition in front of him to chase, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. And he's going to have a lot of competition behind him, too. So
Oh, yeah.
it's definitely going to be a finish, all about the finishing positions and, like, getting out of that dust.
Yep, and he's sandwiched between after a 10 car and one behind them.
Right.
So the side-by-sides are really quick in the tight sections, and the 10 cars are going to have them in the rough and the wide open stuff. So Nate's
Yeah.
going to be pushing in the tight stuff to try and get around and be making the dust to keep them behind him.
All right, and that is Todd Jackson in the number 1030 that just now was taking off, getting that green flag. The 1030 Todd Jackson out of Orange, California. Jake's fast.
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right. Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep the radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
And then unlimited class is a dream come true.
Let's say first year in it, and you get
yeah.
it the first year.
Yeah, it was awesome. And then to come out this year racing with my dad is definitely awesome, and super stoked to be doing that.
So I heard he's starting and you're jumping in second.
Yep. So he's going to do the first lap. I'm going to do the second and third lap. And so he's going to make sure the truck gets to me, and from there we're just going to go send it.
Awesome. And who's riding with you?
I got Dustin North riding with him and my dad. Or me and my dad.
So he's going to know what to do when you jump in. Okay.
Yep.
I'm excited. You got any game plans for it, or you're just going to play it by ear as you get in?
Yeah, we're going to play it by ear, see how the field's shaping up. I know we got Harley out there, and a lot of fast trophy truck dudes entered, so we're gonna see where everyone's at. You know, if we're having problems or what's going on. Hopefully, if the day is going as planned, we'll be right up there, and we're just gonna get in the truck and go for it. We got nothing to worry about. It's the first race of the season, so lay it all on the line, right?
Yep. Just make sure you cross the finish line.
yeah, no,
So
for sure. But
you start right, or he starts right behind Kevin. So. Or, no, hold on. Were you guys with McGilvery?
no, we're 11th. So.
Okay, so you guys are 11th. So you're going to be sneaking up then.
Yeah. I think if you look at the list and you just look at previous races, I think quite a few of those top guys are gonna maybe have some issues or something's gonna happen.
Attrition plays
Yeah,
into
I think attrition's gonna play out. Everyone knows third lap of Parker takes out a lot of people, you know.
Yep.
So I think we'll hold it steady for the first lap for sure. Probably second lap we'll hold it pretty steady, and then third lap's gonna be wide open, getting after it.
Heck yeah, man. Well, I'm excited for you guys. I know you are one of my favorite drivers to watch out there, and always putting on a show for everybody. You got anybody you want to thank, or?
Yeah, I mean, obviously my whole family. My dad, he's been around the sport forever.
Legend of the sport.
That's what people say, you know. So he's taught me so much, and everything I know comes from him for the most part. And also my team, can't do it without them. Everyone knows that this is a team sport. Just because there's a driver doesn't mean anything if you don't have a good team behind you. So have a good team. Dustin North, he's a great co-driver. So excited to have him in the truck, and all the sponsors, everyone that helps me out. Just, you know, it takes so many people to make this.
Takes an army, man.
It takes an army for sure.
You have any idea how many people you have with you this weekend?
This weekend probably about 15, 20. Nothing crazy, but still, I mean, 20 guys that all come together for the same purpose, and you know, just trying to go out there and win this thing.
One common goal, man.
Yep.
Run up front. Well, Jack, thank you guys for stopping in, my friend. I wish you good luck this weekend.
All right. Thank you.
If you guys want to touch base with us throughout the race, have your pit guys send us some messages, or you can let us know. That'd
Perfect.
be awesome.
Yeah, I'll keep you updated after the first lap, and then I'll get in the truck and cheer me on from here.
Sounds good, my friend. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you guys for stopping by.
Of course.
Lonestar Racing, so that's why it looks long, because it is.
Okay.
Like, compared to that 10 car behind it, they're the same length. They're
So-
not the same width, but the same length,
Okay.
with the same horsepower, but all-wheel drive.
All right, so Clayton Schultz is who the driver of record is, with John Hiding as the navigator out of Buckeye, Arizona, in that Polaris, like you were saying, with Lone Star, Method Wheels, BFG Tires, J-Tech Motorsports, Bill Stein, BG Oil Products, 3825 Gear, 518 Designs, Queen Racing, Weddle, Schultz Ag, Transport, and Hayden Motorsports. But back on board now here with the 1821 of Michael Mack.
Looks like we're about 30 minutes or 20 so minutes into this race, and the leaders are just passing about race mile 20. So,
Okay.
so far holding the 60-mile-an-hour average.
Yeah, that's what that actually saying that the average. That's what a lot of people were saying. It would probably be roughly around 60 miles per hour.
So that 2-hour guess that you had is probably going to be pretty dang close.
We shall find out. We shall find out. That
Looks
is
like
for sure.
Corey Goen about to go next.
All right, Corey going out of Madera, California, runs in an Illumicraft with Helena Fibercare bathtubs are their sponsors. Corey also has Robbie Supernet out of Lake Havasu as a navigator, Greg Pearson and Diego Robles out of Fresno, California.
He's one of the ones that will definitely sneak up as long as the car holds together. Mason Howard sitting here on the starting line. Another cool story. Built it in his garage. Kind of small 2-car garage. Father-son program.
That's awesome to hear whenever they do that. And raising money for breast cancer awareness. I mean, how you guys do the fundraiser with your rugged radios and everything, a very big advocate of that here in the Lake Havasu area. So tell us about that.
Yeah, in 2009 when we started, we decided that we were going to do like just one race a year, and then we kind of blossomed into a lot more because I got hooked. And I think the first year we raised like $1,000, and then it just kept moving forward every year. And then Rugged Radios came in and asked me to partner up with them with the Pink Radio campaign, and I think we're going on this will be our 8th year, I believe.
letting them hearing the onboard. That's really cool because you can actually see like what they're going through, what they're talking about, and all of that good stuff. Next off the line.
You can put words to the hand signals.
Right.
Finally.
Right, exactly.
Man, is this another one that?
It's another trophy light.
It looked like that Daniel Daly's car, but it like a twin.
Yeah, I have to be honest. Like this one here, I've gotten. We have lists in front of us, and I haven't been paying attention to that. I've been going toward by the numbers, and when we're chatting with our guests in here, I just kind of get off a little bit there. So Daly. number. Not quite yet.
Once it gets off the line here, I can catch it for you. Maybe the 978? No. We'll see.
Oh, there we go.
Jumping back over to the end of the loop here.
Now look at him drifting around that corner. Such a cool view to see. I love the drone footages.
And that's right off the start still, too.
Yeah, with the start being right there, and then also the main pits.
Start main pit. Looks like up next is the 915 of Craig McIntosh. So this is a car that it's its first race, and they just got done building it.
Oh, did they really? Those are always fun ones to. Hopefully, they got the bugs worked out of them somehow or another.
Just got confirmation that is Connor McMullen in the Aikens car right now.
Okay, perfect. So he is actually driving right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool.
And the 1846 of Schultz going into Midway. Shaking it as they're driving down the straightaway there so the crew members can see if there's any loose wheels, anything weird happening on the car.
Yeah, that's what sometimes you'll see them like go through and they'll be like, okay, just kind of wiggle the wheel just a little bit. Co-driver doing what, that's something that they talk about. It's actually like you have to make sure you wipe the GoPros, especially when we get out of the dust.
Yep, we actually put it in our notes in the GPS.
Yeah.
So like if
Wipe
it looks
it.
like a long straightaway or we're out pre-running, we will actually write wipe GoPros.
That's awesome.
Just so that it's burned in your brain to keep doing it.
That's where it's good to have the co-drivers with longer arms. Like I know I would not personally be able to wipe the GoPros because I'm so short.
Same. my co-driver is 6'4", so he damn near drives the car for me sometimes when I'm trying to get a drink or something.
Oh goodness.
Off the line next is hard to tell. I want to say this is the... Oh, there's another one that I'm going to let you try and figure out. The S919.
Helenia Hindman.
You made that seem way easier.
Helenia.
Something like that. I see this must be our last couple, and they're kind of out of order because I see Ken Knudsen sneaking up in there.
Okay.
His slot was, man, half hour ago.
Well, and that's something too. If you think about this, sometimes they have issues after qualifying or whatever, and they need to fix them up or whatnot, or they might have hurt their car when they were pre-running, and so they don't start in the order they should be, and that's something that you go to the race director and you get that approved about starting later on.
Yep. Donald will always try and sneak you in.
Well, and that's the thing too. Usually also there's a time that you can go off the line until.
Yes.
You have this long before. If you don't go off the line but before this time, then you're not going off the line.
I'm on board with Corey Weller. Sounded like we could hear him there for a little bit.
Yeah. The other camera view was obviously sounded like it was wired in, but the 1848, like you just said, Corey Weller with again.
Kind of cool to hear the in-car interactions.
Yeah, it is very cool. I love hearing that.
Hard left. Straight. Easy left, long, easy left. Hard right, out of this one. 300.
We have Tom Wilson. It's so funny how some co-drivers will do the hand signals the entire race.
Yeah.
like, I'm used to. Oh, they're limping something.
He just put his hand up too.
Oh, they're coming into the pit, so 25 miles an hour. They're coming into the speed zone. That makes sense. There's the outside shot of it.
All right. That is the 12-12. 12-12 taken off the line here.
Another. Oh, 1282. Gunnar
1282.
Kennedy.
I can't read, I guess, today. Gunnar Kennedy, 23 years, out of Santa Ana, California, in a custom-built car with Gabriel Shubin.
145 to 150 is what I would say. Will we do that here? No. But I definitely see the mid 130s for sure.
Just not enough space to sneak up to the 140s.
Yeah. It's and wheel spin. The 2-wheel drive, you know, we've done, you know, collected data from the trucks before in the past and seeing, you know, the actual mileage that you covered compared to the amount of mileage that the rear tires turned. So because they're spinning, you know, you only went 10 miles, you know, as an example, you only went 10 miles on the ground, but the rear tires went 12 or 13 miles because that's how much spin is happening compared to compared to the 4-wheel drive. So the 4-wheel drives, the wheel spin is, you know, much less, and I don't have any data on that, but I know, you know, from driving all-wheel drive. In last year, so
And that's the constant professional that you are, Rob. Like, you want to know everything in the truck before you get in.
yeah, for sure.
You tool bags, placements of stuff, what's where. Is that something so that if something goes wrong, you're ready, or is that so you know how the truck?
Fuel mileage race for everyone, honestly, because of the soft sand and the high speeds.
Soft sand, high speeds, and then just so factoring that in, we're roughly 100-gallon cells in most of the unlimited trucks nowadays.
Yeah. I think a good average, 100, 115 some. My Geyser trophy truck, we actually got it up to 125 gallons, and I didn't run too many races with that because I realized, we don't need to be going that far. I really did it for a Peninsula Run Baja 1000, but mine, I'm about 110 right now. So yeah, 100, 110, I think is the right place to be for an unlimited trophy truck. The 6100s, I think those guys are around there, kind of the same too. I guess you kind of want to look at, there's obviously so many different strategies, but I haven't been around the truck that much. I've never worked on it or done anything like that. I've taken video and camera photos of where parts are and pieces are and tried to memorize those. But to have someone in the vehicle riding with any of us that are driving that knows, has actually worked on the vehicle, when something happens, they can tend to it and fix it way quicker.
Night and day better.
Yeah.
As we're back on board with Gabe, and I'm hoping this isn't your guys' view tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope not either. I hear these are all rumors, but I'm hearing, and I don't know what they started. and be smooth and consistent. Plan on getting the truck to Kevin on lap 3 to get in hopefully the lead or in a very good spot, and then let him go from there. So you never know, though. I mean, Harley's the only one, or Kevin Thompson. I'm pretty sure Harley qualified, so he'll be starting. He's super fast, and we'll see what he does. You know, he can. And again, play that card game and hopefully come out on top.
I know the cards he's playing are run away from Rob.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
And then behind him is a actual Class 1 car.
Yeah, Joe David. You know, it's a 2-seat Jimco car that's been around just a little bit, but very fast. I talked to him before qualifying, and he's capable. I think first lap.
Hey, keep the helmet on next time and unbuckle your seatbelt. I want your seatbelt off. Seatbelt. Always take the seatbelt first.
Want me to get out?
miles to waypoint.
Fuck. Oh, the fucking radiator was off. God damn it.
And it was on fire. Like, it just happened so quick and you don't know. And another race that I was working, there was a UTV and fueling, and the whole thing just went poof up. And it's like, you know, if you don't have your crew ready with those fire extinguishers, it can get really bad really quick. And I mean, it was a 12-hour race for this guy that, you know, it was like 2 hours into the race and he caught fire, but he ended up finishing because the crew was so on it, and he ended up winning. But it's just one of those things where you have to, you said you preach it, we preach it too. It's something that we always talk about, safety first, and make sure that you're prepared. I always say be prepared for the worst.
Absolutely. We had a hiccup last year at Tina Hammers, actually, when Bryce was racing the side-by-side, and the vent just didn't vent very well, and I was fueling him with just a couple cans. And it was funny because Robert, you know, he called me out on it later because he knew I was the one fueling it, and it the vent overflowed real quick and ignited real fast. But we had our guy with the extinguisher. Before I yelled fire and Bryce was getting out, Bryce didn't even have to get out of the car. We got it out, fixed what we needed to do, and he took off.
That's good.
And that's so important because it can happen like that.
Right, exactly. We were, I just glanced as you and I were talking, and I saw Max Gordon in the pit.
I saw him. It looked like he was changing a belt there in the pit.
Yeah.
Max is such a smart kid. He knows so much about that car. People don't give him a lot of credit. Like, yeah, Robbie is his dad, and, you know, they built that company. But Max is very smart. You can see him there on the, right
down there.
Yeah, he is the one working on that car. He's probably telling everybody exactly what's wrong and what needs to be fixed. And if anybody's going to fix it, it's going to be him.
I have to say, so I work Nora also. With whatever, but he knows his stuff. But I mean, 16 years old, and speaking of 16, you got Cade Martin right here. I think he's 16 or 17 years old. I mean, these kids are out here racing with you guys, basically, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and look at Jack Oligas. You know, he's 17 years old and he won the championship last year.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I know Jack personally really well, and he's stepped it up. I can remember when I was racing side by side.
Exactly. Yeah, he was in here earlier on and came in up and interviewed and stuff. And I mean, he rode with Steve yesterday in qualifying, and so it's just kind of cool to like get his perspective about riding with his dad and seeing the father-son team go out there and do that. But
I spoke to them after that, and Steve's like, yeah, it used to be I wanted to ride with Jack so I could give him pointers, and now he's riding with me and giving me pointers because he's like, I took about a year off, and so Jack's now the one that's teaching me. So
yeah, well, and with you like working with Bryce Menzies and stuff, I know that you guys, that team is huge, and then all these other teams that you are with. But I mean, mentoring all these kids too. Like, yes, Jack has his program with Steve and everything, but these kids still look up to the other teams like you guys.
They absolutely do. And you're talking about Gonzalez, who I think is out leading the race right now. I can remember that kid was like 8 years old and was racing a 150.
Yeah.
And his brother also, who's super fast.
Dallas.
Dallas is super fast. Same thing. And now these kids are, I mean, Dallas is planning to race the whole Score Series this year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like what?
I think I have all their stuff down here.
Yeah.
Dallas, I'll have to find it while we're talking. But yeah, I think Deegan's what, 13 or 14 years old?
I think he's 14 or 15
I'll have to
most,
find it
at
here.
the most, yeah. And he's got that brand new Matag chassis car. It's brand new.
So good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big dog class. I mean, that's the Pro R class. And then Dallas at King of the Hammers coming in third place. Like that was one of the most stacked UTV classes I've ever seen. And it was rough. I did a lap of the truck, and I'm like, oh. So
I heard I didn't get out on course this year very much, but man, what you guys all go through when you get out there on that course. I mean, just like this though, Parker's not easy at all. Like you were talking about earlier, the goat trail. That's probably my least favorite part about Parker.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you can take the chance and burn through that as fast as you can and get lucky. Mm-hmm. Or you can take it easy and still get a flat.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
And then a flat's going to put you down a couple minutes, and then more dust, and yeah. So. All
right, so yeah, Deegan's 14.
Oh yeah.
And then Dallas is 18.
Yeah.
So super cool though. But no, the young kids in the sport and everything, and watching them out here racing again. Here we're on board again with Cade Martin, and Ashton Perfect is his co-driver, and they've been racing together for a year. But they used to race against each other.
And this is a class 10, right?
This is a class 10, yeah.
Yeah. So that takes a lot of skill because you're shifting a ton. You got to keep those cars moving.
Yes.
But then, this is a class that I always wanted to own a car and drive, just because it's, you can have fast cars, but it's not as expensive as others, and it's just open wheel, just powerful. But then, players with their 4-cylinder motors, similar. So.
Yeah, it's a fun class. That's actually, I came from class 10, so it's a really, really fun class, to be honest with you. So if you ever get a chance, you should get one.
I've rode one time, and it was the wildest ride I've ever ridden with. I rode with a team out of down south, the Gutierrez family.
Oh, yeah.
Arnaldo, and that guy is a wheelman. And,
Right.
I enjoyed it, but I was pretty excited when it was over. But it opened my eyes. So
yeah. No, it's a fun class. I mean, it's a competitive class, and it's kind of like if you think about like the people that start in 1600, like that's a driver's class, right? That's going to teach you to drive a race car. And class 10 is similar in a way. I mean, except for the suspension obviously is way better, but class 10 is one of those driver's classes.
Absolutely. And that's really why I love 6100 is because it's similar. We all have similar platforms, the motors, the power, everything's there. We have different technologies and stuff, but the power is there, and you got to drive. I mean, for instance, just had this guy walk past me on my right, Brent Fox, who, he races more than anybody I know, and I'm hoping that we can chase him tomorrow, and he keeps us, going fast.
Yeah.
And
if you don't want
that's
to chase
fun.
him, be in front of him.
Well, he's starting in front of us, so yeah, I'm hoping we can get in front of him, but then I have to worry about him being behind me. But
okay, so I got to ask you, like the dust. Does the dust get to you?
So
are afraid of the dust?
So it just depends. It depends on where you're at. You got to know as a co-driver, you got to know a lot of things. You got to know about wind. You got to know about different soils. It sounds really weird, but in my head, I'm thinking about different sections. So if we're stuck behind somebody in the dust, I'm already thinking 5 miles ahead, and I'm thinking of when the soil's going to change, or if we're going to get the breeze that I know is there, to I can either slow my driver down or I can push my driver faster. There's a lot that goes into it. You know, I always tell everybody, I'm really driving the truck, you know, because I can say whatever I want, and you're going to listen, and you're either going to push the brake or the gas. But you want to be safe, number one, but you're not going to do yourself, your team, any favors if you push too hard just because you're upset at being in the dust. So you got to be really smart. So you got to know that. You got to know if the soil is going to be dry or wet, you know, what kind of soil you're dealing with. Because once you get to a silt patch, there's no point.
No, that
There's
baby
no
powder.
Point. Yeah, there's no point of pushing through a silt patch because, you know, you can't pass anybody. You're not going to get around them, you know. And another thing is you have a chance of getting stuck, so you can't stop.
Right.
So yeah, the dust doesn't bother me too much. It does get intense.
Yes,
and
it does.
you get, you know, I get tensed up because you just think your brain's like, I can't see anything, but I know that there's somebody who's just going to be stopped right in front of us, you know. But that's kind of the sport that we're in, you know. And you know, I always tell my drivers to look at your veggies, and that what that means is look on your right and your left and look for bushes, because we know there's going to be bushes on the right, there's going to be bushes on the left. I can tell you the corners that are coming up, but that's how you're going to be able to keep it on track, is by looking, because most of the time there's not a bush in the middle of the course. So
yeah,
I'll tell them, you know, look for your vegetation, look for your veggies on the side, or keep a center, you know. And I'll tell them, you know, in about a mile we're going to have a wind change, we're going to be turning right, or you know, you see like a corner right here, like if we were following this car right here and that dust, you know, I know that there's going to be another hard left. So if we're right on him, he's going to brake for that hard left, and if we can close that dust gap to where we can see the car, we're not getting it in our face. So there's that dead man zone.
Right.
And once you cross that, you're good. Because then I can just be like, turn the siren on, push the pass, get out of the way, or, you know,
if they
can't hear us and the push to pass is broken, then we just kind of let them know that we're there, and usually they move out of the way.
Well, and I have to be honest with you, we were literally talking about that earlier on, like when you're driving in the dust, once you get what you call the dead man zone, once you get past that and you can see that car, you stay on there. You don't want to lose that tail end, because if you lose it, then you're backing, you know, off the gas again until you can get back up there, and that's really honestly the truth. Like, you have to stick on that, because now you're telling your driver there's going to be another lane coming up or whatever where you guys can actually get it passed around. But in another thing, what you were just saying too, is the co-driver really is driving the car. Like, you're not in the steering wheel, you're not on the gas pedal or the brake, but you're telling your driver everywhere to go. And this is something that we always talk about, that the co-driver is key. As long as you get along with that driver and that driver listens to everything you say, because there's sometimes people start butting heads.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
If you have a good co-driver, you're going to do great.
And I mean, obviously as a co-driver, and I don't want to like toot my horn or say that, because, you know, Miles, my driver, he's a great driver, and everybody that I've ridden with, you know, have been great drivers. But you're right. There's so much that I always say there's so much that a driver doesn't know that we do in the right seat. And one thing I didn't mention in the dust is, it's really hard, but you got to push yourself through it. At least this is what I do, is I'll focus on the GPS and be like, there's no point in me looking at the dust.
Right.
I'm not seeing anything. You're not seeing anything. So I'll just say, hey, my head's down. Just drive what you can see. And I'll zoom in, because as we zoom in, you get more detail. And I think that's another important thing, because automatically when it gets dust, you get scared. You want to see that car that you're about to run into. And you got to teach yourself that you're safe, you're harnessed, chrome molly cages.
Oh, Max is going again.
Oh, here we go. Car screaming.
Yeah. Looks like they might have been changing an axle or something.
Yeah, it could have been an axle or a belt or something, but you notice it didn't slow him down much. I mean, this section right here, this is right off the start, so.
I think his buddy Cole is riding shotgun with him. They ride together at Nora and stuff too, and all the races actually.
Yeah, so.
And Cole rode shotgun at King of the Hammers for Max and Robbie in the 4400 class.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In the Gomez truck?
In the Gomez truck, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So he's got a lot of seat time with both of them.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Max, he'll fix something, get back in it, and he's going to make up time.
Yes, he will. He's, again, just like his dad, he's going to drive.
I'm trying to listen to the language, because we all have different languages and then what we call out, but.
Yeah, oh, now we got another one, 1874, looks like maybe it's just a tire, but both of them are out of the car, it looks like, as well.
That being up on a jack, I would assume that's an axle. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's coming out now.
Yep.
So looks like the inner boot. Yeah, you can see the inner boot's toasted.
Looks like an axle game right now then.
So a lot of times what happens is those axle boots are a little bit of thicker plastic. They're not like that spongy material, and they'll balloon out. And when they balloon out, it seeps just a little bit. Once that seal's popped, you might as well stop and change it, because rocks and everything are getting in there. You're going to smoke it.
Yeah.
It's done.
So there's also those kind, I don't know who makes them, the kind that are kind of like that cloth. Have you ever seen those kind?
Yeah. So a lot of those are like, they call, Seal Saver makes it, it protects the boot. So you'll see a lot of these top teams, what they do is they vent the axles. So basically you take a zip tie or a straw, or everybody does different stuff, and you put it in the seal so that when that pressure builds up, it has a way to seep out the air so it doesn't balloon and burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want that to happen,
so
for
whoever
sure.
this team is, maybe you guys should do that next time, and hopefully that'll help you.
They're probably going to be maybe going back and watching this, so we'll see. So the 1874, so that was. I have so many notes right here. Got to find the right classes, but that was the Steve Luley. They're out of Montana.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So this is a section right here that's got a lot of gotchas. This is right along the canal, probably like mile 20-ish, I think.
Okay.
So
899. Let's see where they're at. Yeah, that area, we were talking about that earlier too. Like, it's super fast, but also, like you're saying, the gotchas.
That's one thing I was, because with difference between side-by-sides and trucks is that, side-by-side, you might be able to hit something a little bit different than the truck. And in that section, there's a lot of things that I had to adjust, like my mindset on when I went to the trucks, because if you pancake a truck and then there's another lip, you're just going to go for a ride.
Ooh, I'm looking at the tracker really quick. 1881 of Deegan Dodge is actually, Deegan is, I don't know why it says Deegan Dodge, because it's not Deegan Dodge. Gonzalez.
He stopped?
He stopped. 0 miles per hour at race mile 40.
Oh, I hope he's okay, because so right there, there's a hard left, hard right. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, you're coming downhill. It's super fast coming across that valley.
Well, hopefully hopefully he's all okay. But yeah, 1074, Bronson Chiramonte is coming up behind him right now. But he was the leader.
Yeah, we did some pre-running with Deegan.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he's a fun kid to be around.
I've never actually met him. So Dallas, my kids raced against Dallas before whenever they were younger, but I've never met Deegan. Actually talked to him.
Yeah, they're good kids, both those guys, and their crew, everybody.
And they have the GSP, I can't remember his name. GSP does all their engines and stuff. They've been with them forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1861, Nate is running right now third on course. But 1880, Luke Matthews also.
Okay.
Let's see, and Todd Jackson. So we have 5 cars right now.
Those are the front 5 cars on lap 2?
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully,
yes.
I mean, I don't know what he could have broken there unless he popped a belt. But
or maybe a tire. Maybe they're just changing a tire. But I don't know what the time frame is. From the time that they stop and it turns red. Like, I know there's like a certain time frame on it.
Yeah.
I'll have to find that out from racing tracks.
I think they actually have to stop. I just know there's a jog in the road there that's dangerous.
Well,
it's dangerous. So I'm hoping he didn't just forget about it.
Yeah, because I mean, he obviously has been up front. So
yeah.
Oh, you know what? There's somebody up here already. Who is this?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's up at the top of that wash.
Who is that? I think that's Brody Akins. So it looks like Brody Akins.
And he was a #1 qualifier for Class 10. He can't be that old either, I would assume.
Let's see, Brody Akins. Let's look at that. 17 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're young and they're fearless.
It just updated, and now he's even farther down.
Young and fearless.
Yeah.
So how long have you been in desert racing then?
So I started out at pit crew about 11 years ago. One of my best friends worked for BJ Baldwin and his team.
Okay.
They invited me to a Baja 1000 just to help out. And from then on, I think I've missed, I don't know, maybe 1-2 score races in the last 11 years.
Oh, wow.
And then a few years later, I got my opportunity to co-ride. First race I ever did was Mexico Code 500, and I did it in a 7S. And we were talking about this earlier with some buddies. It was an experience. So 7S is, leaf spring rear, Ranger, like low horsepower. I didn't know anything. And I was with Valdez Racing, Willie Valdez, who was Bryce Menzies' crew chief.
Okay.
And they had their own truck, and we went race. I raced with his son, and I did 285 miles. Needless to say, the next morning I could not walk.
Oh, my goodness.
And then a few months after that is when Sierra Romo
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Alex, go ahead.
I'm really quick. There's a female changing the tire right here. I love it.
She's getting the ugga-duggas.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's tightening or taking off, but she's doing what she's got to do.
Yep, that's what happens whenever your crew might be a little bit smaller too.
In shorts and a tank top.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No. And so Sierra and her dad Randy ran one car the year before, and then she was getting her own car, and then I kind of did like a tryout with them, and then I raced with Roma Motorsports for about 4.5 years.
Okay.
With Sierra, I was with her every single race for 4.5 years, and she's a phenomenal driver and still racing. Jeff Powell's now her co-rider, and then it came time where I was just kind of like, I need to step up. I need to do something, and I had been asked to ride with Miles, but I'd already committed for the year with Sierra, and so the following year I decided, okay, it's time to go to trucks. It's kind of like the goal I always had was to race in trophy trucks and to do that, and so started racing with Miles. I did a section of Vegas Reno with Jack Olgas and his team, and rode with Jordan Dean and got that experience. The Householders, I've do a lot with them.
Yeah.
Trevor's one of my best friends, so I've been out testing. I help them with their pits sometimes, and I raced with them once. And then 2023, I got the opportunity to race with Terrible Herps at the Ball 1000. I rode with Riley Herps, and we ended up winning the Ball 1000. So after that, it was like I just wanted to go experience it. Your life goal, or not my life goal, but my goal in racing was just to go race the Ball 1000, and I got that opportunity to do it with such a great team and great driver, and then we ended up winning it. And so it was like, I don't know, it's
the bug that you can't get out of
and you can't get rid of it. And so my full-time riding job though is with Miles, and that's what the plan is for this year. And maybe there'll be some other races where somebody needs me to fill in and do stuff. I always try to look at like the best co-riders and things that they're doing. Oren, I get to pull his ear sometimes. Bryce is co-rider, and I mean, the guy is just an animal.
Right?
Just an animal. I mean, he gets out and changes the tire in 40 seconds.
Isn't that
40
insane?
seconds.
I know. By himself.
Yeah, 40 seconds. And, and then I always kind of like pick his ear about like, what do you say for this note and how do you call this? Because, people do rally notes and people do plain language notes. And so, yeah, that's how I got my start. That's where I'm at now. And, I'm just trying to do the best I can. I'm definitely learning every time. I think that if you don't continue to learn, you're doing yourself a justice.
Right.
So definitely not the greatest co-rider, would never claim that. I got a lot to learn, but I feel that I know enough to win races and to help Miles, drive the best he can. So that's our goal.
So you're very well rounded in this racing world.
Yeah. And
you've done a lot.
I bring my wife around, and we go to all the races, and she's there. She's the timing queen. She's the one with the tablet, and she has all the stuff. And I've tried to do it a couple times. I just mess it up.
Love it.
So we're just living that off-road life and enjoying it. And when we're not racing, we're usually out in the side-by-sides, and we're doing stuff with my friend Nick Olson, who owns Chupacabra Off-Road. So we go on so many adventures with him all over the world and all over the country. So yeah, we're just moving on and doing our things, but we're excited to be here. We're excited for Parker, and just anxious to get out there.
Yeah.
Having this day off is not good for me.
No, definitely not. But here we are, Brody Aikens again. Like, this is another fast section for these guys. It looks like here. I know you probably know exactly where that's at.
Yeah, so he's headed back into pit 2.
Is that Powerline Road?
Yeah, so it's Powerline Road. So it's about 9 miles of just pinned. But right in the middle, there's a hard left. Like, I'm sure there's going to be tracks 30 yards past it, because if you're in the dust or you're just not paying attention, you're going to miss it.
We actually did see somebody, Cade Martin, slowing down. Oh, he's going into the pits. Okay.
Yeah, speed's on there.
I'm like, oh no, what's going on with Cade?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's definitely one of those things. We saw somebody earlier on. I stop talking when I hear the co-drivers.
Yeah.
Because it's really cool.
Yeah,
that
you want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, there he goes, back up on it.
Yep.
Ashton looked like he pushed a button, so I know that like the trucks, you guys, I don't know if your truck has it or not, to where it's a speed control.
Yeah, so
for the pits.
Yeah, in the spec truck we try not to use it very much because sometimes it can load up the fuel. But they've developed some other things now. It's basically like cruise control, so you don't have that issue.
Yeah.
So we have it, but these speed zones are so short. But if you're in a race where you have like 30 miles or something like that speed zone, or even a couple miles, it's keeping it perfect is very, very difficult. Oh, looks like they got the axle change and they're heading out there in the Mavar.
That's really good to see them back going again. Oh, we have the 1055 has stopped also. Joey Ruffo.
Oh, I know.
Lap 101.
I know Joey really well. Yeah, he's a good guy.
He
Real good
stopped
guy.
at race mile 50 and only on lap 1. So
yeah, he's got some issues.
let's see. 1077 is now all the way over around to race mile 60. I mean, no, I'm saying 60 just because that's what it is.
Yeah,
and you've
yeah.
already done it. But yeah, out in front right there. I wonder if we have.
Is Deegan still?
Deegan is still stopped. So that would be awesome if somehow or another we could get some kind of update on Deegan. That's such a bummer.
Yeah.
Being stopped for now a while. I mean, now he's like 4th car.
Yeah.
Bummer.
That's too bad.
You know,
That's too
it's one of those things too where you can be leading the race and
Doesn't matter.
a $2 part can take you out.
Yeah, the desert doesn't care.
No, definitely not.
Doesn't care. I always say the best races when you get to the finish and you get out and you look and you're like, oh, 2 more miles we were done.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? Look at that
Yes.
bubble in that tire. Or, oh, wow, that Heim is not looking so good.
Yeah, so George with Starstream, we were talking about, I used to race UTV World Championship because I think I have a picture racing against you at UTV World Championship. And the year that I had my, I had a Razor that I was racing, it was a single seat, and I got hit right off the start. Like legit, somebody like hit me, and I thought I was done. Well, I kept going. I ended up finishing the race, but when I was done, my husband, I came in and he's like, I don't know how you finished. It's like, I don't know how it held on by
Was
2
that
bolts.
the mass start?
Yes, like
Yeah.
20 across.
Yep. I remember those days.
Ugh.
They were fun, but they were so nerve-wracking.
No, yeah, totally.
Those first 3 corners for sure.
Yeah.
And that's George had a bad get off there in
Yeah.
the short course.
Mhm.
Got his injuries back there. and-
Right.
But he was super fast in that Yamaha.
I think it was that year.
Yeah.
That I went off the start.
I was there that year when that happened. And
Yeah.
They got him out of there pretty quick, but well, not really quick, but they got him medical attention quick.
Right,
but
right. Okay, so the section right here, is that that's not
That's right off the
main?
start, yeah. So
Okay.
that's right off the start. So all that stuff you're seeing there, that's the camping on the other side of Shea. So this is like mile 2.
Okay.
So as he's coming through here, the holes are going to get a lot bigger. And then there's some big holes that he'll hit before he gets into the rocks.
Okay.
And then the rocks go from about mile 3 to mile, I don't know, 15 or so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those rocks are fun.
Yeah. As long as I don't get a flat, I don't care.
Yeah, right. Well, have you been practicing?
Because there's nowhere to pull over that's going to make it easy. So
yeah,
but
unfortunately.
it is what it is. So
Well, I'm going to let you
right.
step on out, but
Appreciate
thank you
it.
so much for coming in. Good
Yeah.
luck tomorrow. Hopefully
Appreciate it.
we
Thank
see
you.
you at the finish line. And
yeah, that's the goal, and hopefully everything goes well, and hopefully everybody has a safe race.
Yes.
That makes it the best.
and
so.
smooth and steady wins the race, right?
That's right.
Or
That's
get
right.
you to the finish line.
That's right. All right, I
Well,
appreciate it.
Thank you so much for stopping in, and again, good luck out there tomorrow.
All right, have a good
All
one.
right, thank you.
All right.
All right. Good talks there. We do have quite a few people that are waiting to come on in here and chit chat, but we also want to make sure that we give some shout outs. But here we are back live now. That is the 1019 of Josh Burns right there. And really fast, we're going to bring Robert back in here. Robert, that was a great conversation with Wes.
Wes is a good one always.
Yeah, I've never
Been around
actually
the sport
talked
a
to
long
him.
time.
Yeah.
Ridden with a lot of fast people.
Exactly. I was asking him about his history and everything going through it. So that was really.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge! Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
brighter, stronger, professional race output. The new Rigid Pro is the most powerful lineup of lighting ever produced with the same legendary quality Rigid is known for. With the Rigid Own the Night sales event, earn huge rebates on all of Rigid's legendary products, including the new Pro Series, Radiance Plus, and the revolutionary Adapt. Why settle when it's easier than ever to own the night?
Are battling in that Class 10 car.
Yeah, so the 1077 of Brody Aikens is at race mile 65.
Yep.
Out front with a decently, I mean, roughly I would say it's about a 13-mile lead is what he's got right now on Bronson Charamonte.
Yep, so.
And then.
So we have Brody, then we have Bronson, and then we have Nate Hale.
And then Todd Jackson is running in that 4th position, so.
And from what his pits told me, it sounds like Nate is going to be about 45 seconds behind Luke Matthews.
Okay. Yeah, and Luke Matthews is, what did I say? He's like running 5th. Okay, so we just had.
So I think that's correct at time.
1969 just came into pit, and then that looks like that is Mason Cotter that was into pit too. But I love this. Again, we keep talking about this, but there we are back on board with Max Gordon, seeing his speeds.
A lot of people blew that turn.
Yeah, you could see the tire marks.
Those were fresh.
Well, and that's what Wes was talking about. Some of these areas, there's these gotchas that you are going super fast and then coming up. But here is the 1910. This one is Mason Cotter. This is his first, I think actually this is his 3rd race in the 1000 class. I should ask his dad, but I'm pretty sure this is only his 3rd race. But yeah, Mason Cotter, 15 years old, out of Norco, California.
Based out of Norco. Sounds like we have an interview with Mason Cotter that you might have done on Tech and Contingency, so we're going to throw that up on the screen here.
I am here with Mason Cotter. Mason, you are a young man out here racing, but you have, 5-6 years under your belt already. And now you've stepped up your game out of the 170s into the 1000cc class. So how is it stepping up horsepower for you from the 170s?
Oh, it's a huge difference, suspension-wise and horsepower-wise. The cars are so much faster, a lot more responsive too. You can hit bumps a lot bigger and not so much rocks, but still, it's a huge difference going from little cars to big cars.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a huge difference. But out here in the desert, you're going to actually be doing, about 350 miles roughly, right?
Yeah, I think it's like 120 mile laps, and we're doing 3 laps. So about 300 and some.
So it's going to be a change of pace for you. I mean, you are normally racing smaller race courses and everything, obviously in the 170s. So have you mentally and physically prepared yourself to be in a car that long?
I think so. I just recently raced the King of the Hammers, and that was I think that was my biggest race I've raced yet, and it beat me up pretty bad. It was a super rough race and long race. So I think going into this, I'm a little bit more prepared than I was going into King of the Hammers.
Well, and that's a good thing too. Like you just said, more prepared and everything. But right now, you're in Tech and Contingency. Do you have a game plan going into the race this weekend?
I'm just gonna try to pace myself. I mean, it's a super long race. I think first couple laps, I'm just gonna take it easy. The last lap, I might step it up just a little more. I don't want to break the car. I just got to keep my car together.
So getting to the finish is your goal.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, and hopefully we see you at the finish line.
All right, thank you.
That was an awesome interview with Mason.
Yeah, such a young kid that, started off in the 170 class, and he's been racing in that for a while, and then he's very successful in that class as well. And now, stepping up, obviously, like we're seeing all of the young kids do. But now we're back on with 1821, who was on his side earlier as we were watching when Weller was out helping. So obviously he's moving all good again. I don't know if anything happened to the car or anything, but it's good to see that he's actually still moving along on race course.
Wish we could get some more information on what happened there. Like if they tangled together and that's what caused it, or what ended up to him being on his side and Weller stopping with him.
Well, and with that being said, we know that they were really close out on course together. So, my thought too was he was out in front of her, I believe.
Yep.
So, I'm playing the guessing game right now, but I'm wondering if she came by him, saw that he was flipped, and flipped back around because of the direction she was. But then
to
again,
help make sure they're okay.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and this is Lake Adler right here, taking some fuel in the pits here. And I believe that's Greg right there on the driver's side door. So
talking to his son.
Yes. Yeah, Lake Adler out of Manhattan Beach, and he's only 15 years old. He's racing in that NA class, getting himself some apple juice. Good sugar right there.
Back out on course we go.
All right, 1965 of Lake Adler moving back along here. It's really good to see. I mean, I remember him racing at Lucas Oil when he was, I mean, you had to be 6 to race Lucas Oil, but he had like a Lightning McQueen trophy cart is what it looked like.
Really?
Yeah, it was super cute.
A cool theme.
Yes.
I mean, just look at how short he is compared to his co-driver.
But he's actually really not that short though.
No?
No.
Just seat way down probably.
Yeah.
So I am being told
short, though.
that it seems like Weller stopped with Michael Mack to help and will be getting a 5-minute time credit for stopping to help.
Well, and that's something that we were talking about when they were on the side, right? Like with the star streams and everything, it gives a great, the time right there, the time credit, because she stopped to help.
Yep. And
it gives you the time frame of they were stopped to get the time credits.
And it's all about making sure the people you're out there racing with are safe.
Right.
Like, there's no life is worth driving by.
I'm going to tell you. Okay,
ever.
So when that was going on, I have to say that was sportsmanship at its finest, because she could have just kept on going and just whatever, but she stopped. She wasn't getting a thumbs up. Like it didn't look like she was.
They were still in the car. They were in the car on its side still.
Right. Exactly. So she wasn't getting that thumbs up, and so Jason ended up getting out. I was also looking at YouTube comments earlier, and someone was saying that there's no way that Jason was riding with her, but he rode with her, or she rode with him at King of the Hammers. But
It
pretty
could be
positive.
someone else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive it's Jason in there with her though. But yeah, it's
Looks like Ian Torfey is stopped right now. Wonder what they got going on.
Well, it looks like he's strapping back in, because driver's giving him his pumper.
He's getting back in.
Look at his colorful
That helmet's
painted helmet.
pretty trick.
Yep, so putting that Parker pumper back on, get that fresh airflow.
So we go back into an overhead drone shot here. Sounds like the T814 is out of the race.
T814.
Which would be, the last name's Hale, but that was one of the...
Is it Nate?
No, it was a different car off of the start.
Oh, Shane.
Shane Hale. Yep. And that car is fast. Back. Bummer day for those guys.
Yeah, such a bummer. Such a bummer. I was actually going to bring up our YouTube because, like I said, there were people that were chiming in on there, watching it. A lot of course, Rob Mack fans, because that's when I was looking at it.
Sounds like the 1851 is out of the race also.
Oh, really?
Which would be Dawson. And one of the rescue guys just confirmed with me, Corey stopped to help. They were actually hooking up to pull them over when rescue got there to assist. So.
Yep, we were noticing that.
Was told a Class 10 nerfed them and caused them to roll.
Ooh.
So that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Getting info from David Nerbos with Race Safely. Motorsports Safety Solutions.
Yes, Dave. He's such a nice guy. Such a nice guy.
I almost say I don't want to race unless they are the team around.
All right, here we are. Oh, so people are also chiming in as well on here. 1435 stopped. Like, all these people are chiming in. So thank you guys for bringing that up.
Looks like our class 5 entry is in main pit.
That is a good looking car. I like Class 5. It's a fun class.
They're just awesome cars. And it's super competitive when you have a bunch of them. Some of the early days of off-road racing that I remember is 5 or 6, 7, 8 Class 5 cars all on each other's bumper pushing through.
Right. All right, we have another guest that's in here. I'm going to step away and let Mr. Fox come on in here, and I'll be back on here in just a minute.
Sounds good. Gonna sneak Brent Fox up in here, get a quick interview with him, and talk about how he's gonna handle his race tomorrow. As we're watching the Class 5 guys get their car fueled up. Sounds like they're doing a tire change. All right, Brent, how are you doing today, sir?
Doing very good. It's nice to be down here in Parker. Legacy's first race of the year. Super excited for it. We're from Utah, so coming down here to Parker in this beautiful weather is it's always a treat in early late winter, early spring.
75 degrees outside. Can't ask for much more.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think it's 35 up home. The guys are up there busy working in the snow and the cold, so it's nice to be down here.
All right, so did you get to pre-run this week?
I did not get to pre-run. I was busy with work, and we were down here racing about a month ago, and so I didn't make it down. My co-pilot, Cody, he made it down, made it around. We've been coming down to Parker for a number of years now. We did run it one time a couple years ago backwards, so I'm somewhat familiar with the course. Just didn't feel like it was worth taking another day off work to come down and do that.
Yeah, you got to make the money to come out here and play.
Yeah, without the money, we're not here. So we stayed home and worked, and then come down late Wednesday and got here for qualifying on Thursday.
So I have a couple questions for you. How do you feel about the course going backwards this year? I know you've done it before, but coming off of the race earlier this year, going into it now, do you think it's going to be a war of attrition tomorrow? Feeding everybody into that go trail right off the start with all the adrenaline running?
You know what? You'll certainly have your flat tires right off the start there. I don't know if it's going to be a whole lot different. Parker, for some reason, as fun as it is and as fast as the course, it's always got a high attrition rate.
Yes.
It just gets so the soil out there and so many cars on that loop, it just gets so chewed up so fast that just with the roughness and everything like that, your high speeds, working your motors, working all that, there's always a high attrition rate down here at Parker.
So given the fact that everybody's commenting that it's smooth right now because the course had the remediation after the race earlier this year. I think that's going to play against us tomorrow because I feel like when it starts smooth, they end up twice as rough at the end.
Yes, if it just had been bladed over, without any moisture in that soil and getting compacted, even though it did run a blade over it, I don't know if it's going to make a difference, just like you say. I believe after that first lap, and especially after all these guys out there, all those cars out there today, it's going to be chewed up, it's going to be rutted, it's going to be mean and nasty.
Yeah.
Especially that last lap. It's going to be a challenge.
So what's your game plan going into tomorrow? Are you going to try and push off the start and go through the people that qualified in front of you, or are you going to hang back and play it by ear?
You know what? Legacy does a little bit different qualifying where you qualify on your overall position, not necessarily in your class.
Yep.
We are 18th off the line. We had a pretty mediocre, maybe a little bit too conservative qualifying run. We're going to be 8th in class. The guys in front of you are all accomplished racers. They've all got good speed. There's going to be so much dust out there. It's going to be a challenge to get around them. What we generally do is, we usually try to take the first lap pretty easy. I'm not a very good driver in the dust. I usually take it a little bit too conservative in the dust.
Yep.
Our goal is to get through that first lap. If we can get a guy here, get a guy there, kind of set us up for the second and third lap where we feel the race really starts. So our goal is to keep just kind of get that truck back to the pits after the first lap, and then start challenging after that. Push the second. Hopefully we can get in a position where you get some clean air. That's the biggest thing at these races is kind of getting in a pocket, getting in that window where you got some clean air where you can actually get out there and race.
And you do have a lot of minutes to work with where you're starting. So you don't even have to physically pass everybody to get this win. So if you're pushing through and you got that 1 minute gap and say you're behind Adam, who qualified first, you've got him by minutes. So that's a sneaky game you can play.
A lot of people choose to play it a lot of different ways. If I had my say, I would start up front and run it that way. It's always better. That means there's less cars in front of you, less dust. Last year, I think we started in the 8th position last year. By midway, we were leading the race and ended up winning it. So you can win from everywhere. And even though the guys are up front, you always got to kind of watch those guys back there behind you. Watch where they're sitting on time. You know what? Some of the guys up front might get caught behind a trophy truck that might be a little bit slower, a slow Class 1. You just never know. So it's you kind of got to play it safe like that. Watch where you're at. And always, if you do start up front, you always got to kind of keep in mind who got a bad qualifying run, something like that, and who's got some clean air and can make up time on you.
Who's sneaking up from behind you.
Exactly, and that's something that we need to watch also.
So I'm assuming you have guys in place in the pits to take time splits and relay that info to you guys in the truck so you know when to push or not, or do you not want to know?
Yes and no. I don't want to know. My guys are real good at giving us splits. To tell you the truth, the first lap, I don't want to hear them because I'm going to give it everything I got, but generally those first laps, you're trapped in the dust and there's only so much you can do.
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right.
Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep the radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
Brighter, stronger, professional race output. The new Rigid Pro is the most powerful lineup of lighting ever produced with the same legendary quality Rigid is known for. With the Rigid Own the Night sales event, earn huge rebates on all of Rigid's legendary products, including the new Pro Series, Radiance Plus, and the revolutionary Adapt. Why settle when it's easier than ever to own the night?
And you guys are always, it's a family sport.
It is a family sport, and it's what's cool about this technology. A lot of times you're down in Mexico, and not everybody can go. You know, your family, your friends, all that. You know, they can sit and watch that live stream, and it's like they're right there. In fact, a lot of times they'll have more information than the people out there on the course because they're able to sit and watch you. There's a little bit, 30, 45 seconds of a delay, but you're watching live action, and that's cool. What that's bringing to this sport.
And I feel like it has changed a lot because they can see the driver's demeanor, how you guys are acting in the truck. If co-driver got out, changed the flat, they know without you guys even having to call it in, so they have a spare tire ready to get racked in the next pit. Like, it's just taken so much of the guessing game out of the sport. and brought it to so many new people. And I think that's what's so awesome about it. And it's the Starstream technology and linked up with the Starlinks on the roof, going up to the satellites hundreds of miles up in the sky.
Yeah.
Down to your computer, your iPad, whatever you're watching on.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like I say, it brings it right there in person where everybody can sit and watch it. So it brings a whole new level to our sport, and hopefully it opens our sport up where we can get more sponsors in because there's more exposure and more visibility.
So what's it take to get you guys to bring the Class 11s out to this race?
Well, what I got to do is I got to convince the girls, starting with my wife and my 2 daughters and daughter-in-law. You know what? They love going to the short courses. I haven't put them out on a real course like this. They love the Battle at Prims. They love the Laughlin's because you go out there and race for an hour and then you're basically done for a day.
Yep.
As far as getting in a Class 11 and going out for 6, 8, 10 hours, whatever it's going to be, I haven't got them there yet. And you know what? If they choose to do it, I'll support them 100%. If they don't, it's something I'm not going to push.
Yeah.
We were able to take our whole family to a recent race this past winter where they had Class 11s, and my boy was in one truck, I was in another truck, and I had my wife and my 2 girls. My daughter-in-law wasn't able to make it. She was expecting, and she'd give me my second grandson. But you know what? That was one of the funnest times of my entire life, having the entire family there. Out there racing. I mean, that was as good as it got.
And didn't you jump in a Class 11 as a passenger?
I jumped in with my wife, and on the first lap, as we were coming in, just getting ready to come into the infield, her throttle stuck. So it kind of went over a first roller, and it was pinned, and that second roller, we launched it. And we come down, and we went up, and I hate to say it, but she took out a fence, and people were running, and it was all caught on video. And it was,
I saw that video.
It was pretty crazy, but it scared the crap out of her, and it was something else.
Is she gonna get back in?
I think she will. She ended up racing the second day, and all the girls done fantastic, and my wife done a phenomenal job driving. So I'd like to see more of that.
For sure.
I've got 3 Class 11s. I've got 3 daughters and a wife. So maybe I'm short one more Class 11. Maybe I need to get another race car, but.
Get a 6100. Start cycling them in that.
You know what? Them are serious race vehicles. So before they ever get into a class like that, they need to spend some more time in either a UTV, a Class 10, something like that. And that's all up to them. If they choose to do it, I'll support them 1,000%. If they don't, you know what? So be it. You know what? That's their choice.
For sure. So what's your game plan going into this weekend, fuel and tire strategy wise?
You know what? Hopefully we have a good day. Hopefully we can keep airing all the tires and we don't have to do premature tire changes. We're going to play it straight up. We're going to halfway. We're going to Graham Wells, second lap. We're going to do it in one stop. Okay. And that's our strategy. We're not trying to secret anything or hide anything. We figured the best bets, do it in one stop, and that's our goal.
For sure. So on screen here, do you recognize this section by any chance?
Yeah.
So
you look out there, you're watching this, and I assume that's probably from a drone.
It is.
Look at that course. I mean, it's already all rutted up and all that.
That's what I'm looking at here. Like, we're only 2 laps into this one, and it's already getting pretty tore up.
Yeah, so even though they did go out there, and there's a shot of main pit, even though they did go blade that, it's going to be so chewed up. And, it takes not only hard mentally, because being out there and focusing for that long, it's hard physically. Even though those trucks are super plush, even though it gets jarring, it'll take its toll on people physically as well as mentally out there too.
Yep. Back on board with Corey Weller. So she actually stopped a little bit earlier and helped one of the other competitors that had been pushed over. So she's getting a 5-minute time credit unofficially. That's what we've heard for stopping and helping. And I feel like that's something that I could touch base with you on too, is kind of, if you come across a bad crash, a lot of people will blow by it, like thinking, oh man, we're on time, we need to go. And then there's others that will happily stop and check on them, knowing they're going to get their time back.
You know what, Robert? That touches on a touchy subject for racers. I've been in both positions. I've been upside down on the course. I've actually, and I hate to admit this, but there's been a race where I stopped and made sure they were okay. And you know what? There was an instance where a guy wasn't okay, and I left, and it's It's something, you know, another car off the side. It's something I've regretted my whole life.
Yeah.
You're out there racing and your emotions are so high. You spend so much and take so much effort to get out there racing that sometimes you stop for a guy. If you don't get credited, you know, you literally just lost a race.
You threw the race away. But
yes, and I've done. I want to do a better job in the future of stopping and helping out. There's been times where you kind of give them a half-ass thumbs up, and they kind of give you a half-ass thumbs up, and you don't want to stop, so you're kind of hoping to get that thumbs up. But
you're like, thumbs up, good.
Yes, and you kind of go and forget about it, and then later you'll hear somebody got hurt or something like that. And like I say, Robert, there was one instance in Utah where me and Cody was in the truck, and we stopped, and the driver's out, and we talked to him. We called help. We felt everything we could do, but we left that scene. And looking back, the right thing would have been to stay there. You know, it's just a race, and I chose to go, and that's one of the mistakes something I really regret in my life.
For sure. Well, always the reflection, and don't think you'll do it again. That's for sure. Getting some word that it sounds like Deegan lost an alternator, so that's what took him out of the lead just a little bit ago. What do you guys think you're going to run for lap times tomorrow as we're on board here with Gabe Matthews?
You know what? I think we're going to average. The first one will be a little bit slower. You're going to be trapped in a little bit of dust. But you know what? I think we're going to average over 60. I think we'll average 61, 62 miles an hour. Running the course this way, Robert, some of your limited classes, some of your uphills where we're running the other way around, there's kind of a little bit soft. And so it'll slow you down a little bit. Going out there from Graham Wells, going up to that very east end is all just a little bit soft. And so I know in a spec truck, you know, it sucks us down 4, 5, 6 miles an hour. So you're always kind of playing with that gearing. Well, this year it seems like all our uphills are a little bit harder packed. And so I think it's going to be even a little bit faster than the conventional way around this course.
Gotcha. So jumping on back board here, this is Brody Akins. It looks like Connor is now out of the car, so that means Brody's in. The helmet change is the only thing that clues me into that. So you did some Class 10 car racing back in the day.
You know what we did, Robert? We started out. I started out in about 2017. I got invited. I had a guy ask if he had just picked up a 10 car and asked if he'd come. He knew me from previous racing locally. Asked if I'd come race it and come down to Parker. Was the first race, and I'll never forget it. There was like 42 10 cars that year, and we started. He didn't put in for the draw or anything like that, so we started dead last. And now I see these 10 cars, and they're down to 5, 6, sometimes 10, 12 in a class, and it's kind of sad because it's such an awesome course or class. But yes, I got started out, and we had a very successful 10-car career. The only bad part was we had people like Brock Keeger, Connor McMullen that we were competing against. And so we had a very successful career, but we always had those guys like them that we were fighting for, and they were just a step above the rest of us.
For sure. So we jump back on board here with Corey Weller.
Yeah, look how clear that is. I mean, it's like you're right there in the car with them out there.
No dust. You couldn't ask for much better than that either. We're on board with Max Gordon. I like how we could see his GPS touching mid-60s here through the sand wash.
Yeah, look at that, just dropping it right in there in those ruts and, just railing those.
Kind of slot car racing through that stuff.
It gets that way. You get out there on the course, and you know what? Even in those trucks, you kind of get that back end stepped out, and it don't handle. So you're dropping it right in those ruts, and you're slotting it, keeping it around there, trying to keep it in there, and keeps you going the right direction.
So the scary thing about that is when rocks fall into them. Uh-oh, who's this stopped? It almost looks like, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, you got somebody stopped there, and I don't see anybody out of the car, so you kind of wonder what's going on. And
yep.
Kind of stepping back to Max, running down one of those washes. Just kind of the gradual left, gradual right.
Oh, that almost looks like... Okay, that is the Risk Racing car. Well, they built it.
Fellow Utah guys.
Yep. Phillips. Wonder what stopped. They're not out of it yet.
Yeah, you don't see anything, so you wonder what's going on there. And one thing you see right there on the screen, a little bit of a dust. So there's a little bit of a breeze blowing that little whirlwind around there. So shouldn't be too long. Should see another car coming here pretty quick.
I'm pretty excited for the start of our second lap, so we could get a second lap time. We jump back on board with Max here. Oop, to give somebody a wave that was stopped over on the side there. So Max had a pretty long main pit stop, but it looks like he is back on the gas.
Yeah, nice young driver. You know, got the world in front of him with a ton of talent. Excited to see what his future holds for him.
Good kid, being raised in the sport since he was a kid.
Yeah.
A child.
Yeah, look at those ruts already running down there.
So, do you like the ruts on race day?
You know what?
You can lean into them?
Yeah, it's actually nice. It gives that truck something, those tires something to lean into, give you a little bit better corner speed. The bad part is when you get dropped in, you get locked into those ruts. If there's a rock or something like that happens to be in them, it kind of dictates where you're going to be going, and sometimes it funnels you right into them. It'll be interesting. You see, he's got a little visor on his helmet there. It's going to come in handy. A little bobble right there. Yeah, kind of got cross-rutted out of there. Yeah, a little cowboy right there. But, one thing they're going to be fighting here pretty quick is they kind of start coming in back off that second lap. They're going to be fighting that sun. That sun's going to be right in their face. And having them visors, they actually both got them on there, is going to work out good for them going into dark.
So they have them on their helmet and mounted on the car.
Yeah, and if you're watching, you can start seeing some of those shadows from the bushes, stuff like that will start playing an effect on that.
I figure here soon we're going to be seeing the drivers holding the hands up, trying to hide the sun. Because, like you said, going into the sun, especially here in Parker, it gets brutal.
Yes, it does. With not a lot of high mountains, that sun gets real low in the sky, and yes, it's always something you're fighting. Most of these race cars will have an adjustable visor. You spring-loaded, you can get down in there. But still, it kind of gets hard to see and stuff like that with that sun coming in there. You get some dust, and you can wipe that dust off your goggles, but sooner or later you still get that film you can't quite get off there. Look at that. She's carrying some pretty good speed. My eyes aren't good enough to see that GPS, but she's kind of running down that wash. You see all the vegetation right off the side. And that's one thing that your front runners will be starting to worry about a little bit tomorrow as they get out there on course, is having some cattle. There's been several instances in the past at some of these Parker races where cows come out and unfortunately the racers got them, and at some of the speeds we're carrying, a cow does a lot of damage.
Yes, they do. Back with Daniel Phillips, looks like he stopped just about race mile 15, and I'm not used to seeing a racer on the roof of the car, so this is new to me. What do you think he's doing up there?
Yeah, I don't know. My eyes aren't good enough, but he's up on his knees up on the top. I'm not sure exactly what he's got going on there. Is somebody underneath it, or is that just a shadow of the car?
It looks like only one driver's out. That's the Daniel Phillips entry. They are Utah-based, up there by you guys.
Okay, yeah, and who knows? Maybe the guy in the car is on the phone with the pits or something like that and trying to relay information. Maybe things to look for. To get the car back going again.
So we pop back on?
Yeah, look at those ruts right there already. Just drops it in there and rails it.
I wonder, so this is Gabe. Back with Brody. Was your car an Illumicraft?
Yes, it was. Had a Illumicraft. In fact, owned a Illumicraft and partnered up on another Illumicraft with a friend and run them for 3 or 4 years, and then got the truck and kind of sold one. Yeah, look at him going over some of those rollers right there, carrying some pretty good speed.
Yeah, he didn't lift for that one. Full send off of that.
No,
thing.
It looks like he's in fifth, wide open in fifth.
Let's see where Brody's at right now, because that is a fast section. Can give you an idea how fast he's going too.
Oh, you know what? Looks like that might have been that power line road.
So Brody's about race mile 100, going 60 miles an hour.
Okay.
Well, at the last ping. Josh Burns from Waddell, Arizona.
Yeah, another 10 car out there. Got the green and blue. Looks like he's got, Connor's colors or what Connor runs.
I think every 10 car out here has some kind of iteration of that this weekend.
It seems like there's a few of them out there, and don't know if it's the McMullen fabrication cars. I always want to run that same color or whatever, but yeah, it certainly stands out.
So, with the 1 minute splits, you think you're going to be, if the wind plays nice tomorrow, you think you're going to be stuck in dust all right off the start, or you think you'll get a pretty good?
I think we'll be stuck within the first 5 miles of it. And if I remember right, I thought Donald said we might be 90-second splits tomorrow. I can't remember for sure. Okay. But to me, the further the splits, the better it is. That gives you a chance to kind of get going, have some clean air a little bit until you catch up onto that guy. That's running that stuff right there up kind of by the canal. But that dust will stay a factor, especially if we don't have the wind. It's going to start hanging, especially after all those vehicles today kind of get all that ground a little bit softer and a little bit more chewed up. So
they're definitely chewing it up for you.
That dust will be a factor.
They're tilling up all the bladed dirt for you, laying it on the sides. We're back on board with Nate Hale, who is currently running, at last check, 3rd overall. Let's see. He's still there. That car sounds mean. It is very loud. Oh, looks like we might be coming into the pits here shortly.
Pretty cloud-free day in Parker. Look at that blue sky up there.
Pretty blue sky. We're back on board with Nate. Can you tell what area this is roughly, Brent?
You know what? I can't. He's in a sand wash, but I'm not sure if he's coming in back off the 2nd, kind of down there by the aqueduct, by the canal.
Yep, it looks like he's about pit 3.
Okay.
So, race mile 95. So only 20 miles out, 25 miles out.
You know what? Those shadows are getting big, but they still got a couple hours of daylight. They still got an hour and a half of daylight. So, they keep going good. They're not going to have to run their lights for too long.
That'll be. We were kind of thinking they were going to go into the dark, but they might get lucky.
I think they still will be in the dark, but I think your top 2 or 3 guys are only going to be running it for half hour or so.
Sounds about right.
Following Lake Adler, looks like he's by that section by the canal that's kind of up and down.
Looks like Brody Aikens is still our physical leader on course out there. He's about race mile 104, give or take. So 15 miles to our start his 3rd lap. Back on board with Lake Adler. Well, switch to Brody Aikens. Ooh, Connor McMullen has jumped out, and Brody has now gotten back in, or gotten in. Assuming Brody's going to drive the final 2 then. But we'll see when they start their 3rd. And here's what you were talking about with the ruts kind of burning in. So it gives you something to lean into when you're in the cars instead of sliding around on the flat roads.
It does give you something. Those tires hook up and they lean against those berms, keep you a little bit more planted in the corners.
Did you see that trophy light stopped off to the side there?
I missed it. I caught it right as I glanced back.
It almost looked like there's a truck off in the ditch there as he went by. Lake Adler. See if I could pull up who just went by. Be able to know. Lake's about race mile 15 there that we're on board with right now. It looks like he just went past, well, the 4714 of Scott Beal was pulled over there. As we're watching with Gabe Matthews. Oh, there goes Nate by the Staticam out there. So there's Salt Lake like you guys.
Yeah, Nate's from Salt Lake. Known him for a number of years, and you know what? Happy for him. Looks like he's running a really good race, and hopefully he can keep it up and get him a nice finish on that. There's a lot of competition in that class, and so to take home a trophy that'd be incredible in that class. Ooh, got a little western right there on the side, kind of jumped out of the ruts.
Finding the edge of the course there.
Yeah.
As long as there's no rocks, you're good. Looks like the U974 is who just went by. Don't have that one on my list, so I must have read it wrong. Now what? So the unsung heroes of the sport kind of will be navigators. I mean, they're talked about, but feels like not enough some days. Kind of they call what you drive.
You know what they do? They are unsung. You know what? They go out there and they sit in that driver's seat or passenger seat, and, you know, they call it out for you. You know, if you crash, you miss something, it's always their fault. They're always giving, you know, everybody's giving them a hard time. You know what? You get a flat, you expect them guys to get out and change it in no time. So they're good. They're nice to have a good one.
So I heard you guys are kind of sponsoring a little bit of a navigation course up in the Caliente area.
You know what? We are helping Walsh Motorsports do a navigation school. It is going to be on March 20th, 21st, and 22nd. It's going to be run by Kellen Walsh. And if nobody's familiar with Kellen Walsh, they ought to check into him. One of the most accomplished navigators that's ever been out there. It's going to be a great time, and all the proceeds are going to go to Lincoln High School and the school that's Alamo. So that's where all the proceeds go. Nobody's making a dime on it, just trying to make the sport a better place. And all the proceeds will go help the kids.
I like that.
So
it'll be a good. Walsh is, like you said, probably one of the best in the business. He's been doing it as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
We're back on board with Max doing 76, and he can barely see past his hood.
Yeah, and you see that, and you see that navigator out there that had his hand out. And a lot of times your guy will just kind of stick the hand out, and, you know, a little bit left, a little bit right, and he was just, you know, sometimes they get tired of talking. They'll just kind of stick their hand up and say, this is the direction we're going. and
Follow this.
You sit and listen to each other for, I mean, hours and hours on end out there. And, yeah, they're going back to him there. He's just got his hand up there kind of showing, you know, look this and look that.
His navigator's scrolling forward to, I'm assuming, figure out where the turn is, because they are going pretty fast.
Yeah, it gets pretty challenging. You look at his speedo. Yeah, he's in the 80s right there. And, you know, can only see 100 feet in from them. That gets pretty sketchy when you're out there driving. And, you know, you're trying to give it all, going as fast as you dare, and you can't even see. So it takes a special navigator, a special person to be a navigator to be able to deal with that, to be able to look up and try to keep you going in the right direction, look down at his GPS. It takes a lot.
And they're working seamlessly here. Back on with Corey. No, this is Akins. Co-driver. How do you say her name properly? Jenica?
It's Jenica, yeah.
Jenica. She is a talented co-driver too.
Very, very much so. And the funny, not the funny thing, but Jenica actually grew up in Pleasant Grove, Utah, which is not that far from where I grew up.
Okay.
Didn't know her until we got involved in the off-road world. But it looks like they're going down. Osborne Wash, so they're probably getting fairly close to finishing their first loop. You know, maybe another 5-8 miles or so.
You're correct. Let's touch base on where they are. Yep, going down Osborne, about race mile 113. So about 7 miles out from a finish for them. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Outside shot. Drone shot. See if they can chase them.
So
these are my favorite shots. Looks like no dust for quite a ways, so smooth sailing for them as he's ripping around.
Yeah. And that's a nice sight. You know, you get some good clean air out in front of you where you can hammer down and, you know, flat out race. That's always good.
Looks like Max is out of the dust now.
Yeah, look at him. And just like you were talking about, Robert, look at him with their hands up there.
Yep.
I don't see any sun visors in that car, but both of them, navigator and driver, got their hand out there shading that sun. It's a factor.
Yep. No hard visors, no visors on the helmets. I know Wes Miller's who came up with those little visors that stick to your helmet screen, which I'm seeing an awful lot of today, and this is why.
Exactly. I mean, you look at that Speedo, they're mid-80s right there, and they're both up there, one hand on the wheel and the other hand trying to block that sun so they can see. And they're carrying a good speed right there.
Not seeming to slow them down at all. Down this wide open power line section here. It looks like Brody has actually pulled a pretty good gap on the rest of the field. The next closest car is about 13 miles behind him. Just updated, about 10 miles behind him. So Brody is out front with Nate Hale following behind him. And then in third is Luke Matthews, who we actually have some killer in-car shots from. And then Luke's got a pretty good gap back to Deegan, who must be going again. Because I didn't. Last I knew, he was down with an alternator, but he's cooking right along now. We're on board with Josh Burns in the number 1019. In roughly.
Yeah, he's heading down that straight road, and he's carrying some good speed on him.
Where do you think he's at right now?
You know, to me, it looked like he was out on that very east end of the course.
This is what I thought too. Racing Tracks isn't playing nice with me right now. Cade Martin. This is a cool looking car. Oh, Max is pulling over. After that wide open straightaway, I wonder if they popped a belt or something.
Yeah, got a little bit too much heat or something. You see the co-pilot just undoing, unbuckling, got his air off, and getting out.
It's either going to be a belt or tire change, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see here shortly.
Want to see them keep going. So
yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those speeds get some good finishes with them.
Back. This is Nate's car. Yep, Nate Hale, and he is in some heavy dust. Oh, there you go. Just got around him.
Wonder if that was a lap or whatever, because I believe he's running right up front. It might have been
He
a
is
lap
in
car.
second, so I think he was just passing the S915 of Craig McIntosh.
Okay.
Which is the Race to a Race 22 car. They actually are kind of like a volunteer organization. He takes in veteran co-drivers and puts them in the passenger seat. I think it's a different one every race. I know sometimes a couple of them will ride multiple times, but Craig's a brave man. Always somebody new in the passenger seat to scare. And the veterans, I'm sure, get a heck of a thrill out of it.
Yeah, good for him for doing that for those guys.
Ooh, Josh Burns is pulled over now.
Another one.
He was just cruising last time we saw him a few minutes ago.
Yeah, you see those shadows. Sun's getting low in the sky, and you see those shadows hanging out there.
Yep. Ooh, we might be doing a tire change.
Might be. You see the driver there kind of hanging tight, and the co-dog's out.
Trying to listen here. Back on board with Nate. I'm pretty sure his dad is co-driving with it. Oh, one of the rescue guys must have been close by.
Yeah. So I assume it'd be a flat or something simple like that, maybe a belt.
The co-pilot ain't hustling as hard as I thought he would be. Rescue guys walking over now. Oh, second one's coming in.
Yeah.
They're like, ooh, some action. They just asked for a tow strap, so that's not good.
Darn it.
Wonder if we can get a idea what's going on here. Getting U926 out of the pit here. That would be Luis Herrera. Heading out of main pit. Doing a cool drone shot coming into the main pit here. And Nate Hale. So I wonder if Nate can put a charge on the third lap and go after first place.
Yeah, there he is going over that canal crossing, getting to head back and jump in Osborne Wash again. He'll take a hard left right there.
Okay, okay.
Run it down there. He's got that straightaway for about...
So is this section pretty fast then? Like wide open to pretty much to Osborne?
It is. There's about a 3/4 of a mile. There's a couple big G outs in it. But he'll go up there and take a hard right and drop right in Osborne and then run it probably another 7-8 miles right back to main pit. Maybe even a little more, maybe 9 miles.
Okay. And Osborne Wash, usually pretty fast.
Osborne Wash is real fast. It's got some, most of them are pretty high speed flowing corners, but there's about 3 or 4 of them in there that'll jump out and get you. So you kind of got to watch for those steeper ones. Otherwise, you kind of blow those and you end up out in the bushes and maybe upside down.
So this is Josh Burns. In front of him there was Carl with Motorsports Safety Solutions. The only guy I know with a Raptor R working rescue. $100,000 truck beating it up, helping the racers.
Yeah, good for him. He's out there living his dream.
Yeah, Carl and Nancy.
You wonder if he was broke down or if he just maybe went off course and got stuck, couldn't back out of it.
That was a weird situation there. The co-driver was still out of the car, though. So I'm wondering if they're trying to get in a spot where they could get the jack to work, maybe, or... That is a goofy situation going on there, as we got a cool drone shot coming in. One thing I always preach to racers is give us good roof numbers. Like, give us half the roof.
You know what? It makes a difference when you're sitting in here trying to announce and trying to call out drivers. Yes, that bigger number would make a big difference to.
Yes, it does.
To be more recognizable.
Lets us call you guys out better.
Yeah. Looks like somebody's just leaving main pit, it looks like.
One of our sportsman classes or stock classes. Doing the loop around, and then they'll go back by the starting line and take a left and head on out into the desert. Back on board with Cade Martin. He is ripping. Pam was saying he had Ashton Perfect riding with him, I think. And that, so do you remember the Alpha Class 1 car?
Yes, I do.
So this is like a mini Alpha.
Okay.
It's built by Git Performance. It's got that same beautiful outside look like the Alphas did. This one just happens to be a little bit smaller with 4 less cylinders.
Yeah. When I come into the sport, Harley was driving that car and being very successful. So it was pretty cool to see that Class 1 up there challenging the trophy trucks and stuff like that. Because I kind of come into the sport right when Class 1s were kind of slowly starting to die out. So to see one every now and then and to see these Class 10s out there tearing it up, and especially leading this race, is pretty cool.
Yep. And they just found a pretty good G out, and that car soaked it up.
Yeah.
Shout out to whoever his shot guy is. Doing a good job.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. He had his sun visor down, heading back into the sun, back to the west.
Let's see if we get a little update on the leaders, see how close they are. Looks like, our lead Class 10 car has pulled in. It looks like they are stopped and getting fueled up and getting ready to start their third lap. That'd be Brody Akins. And then second overall on course is still about 10 miles out, so which is Nate Hale. So Brody has built himself quite a nice lead. And with all the racers turned on racing tracks here, Nate has clear air all the way to main pit. So Brody's going to leave and has a couple stock class cars and sportsman cars in front of him. I wonder if that's going to give Nate a chance to pull up on him.
What is the corrected time between the two of them, Robert?
I do not know until Nate gets across the line.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see if watch that, see if Nate with some clean air, see if he can reel in that nice Illumicraft up front.
And Nate's got corrected time playing on his side big time.
Yeah, I believe Nate was 8th or so off the line.
No, actually, yeah, you're right. Nate was 8th and Akins was 3rd.
Okay.
So he's got 4 or 5 minutes to play with there.
5 minutes difference there, so it'll be interesting to watch that battle, see how it plays out. Even though they're in different classes, you're always going for that overall win.
As
and it looks like that. Is that your lead 10 car heading out on the last lap? Looks like he's headed up towards the hills and up towards the goat trail.
That is our physical leader right now.
Got some good dust on that, but looks like there might be a slight breeze out there. Looks like it's moving just a little bit.
Fish was telling me that the visors on the helmet are cool until about 70, then they try to rip your helmet off. And I didn't even think about that until he just mentioned that.
I've heard that also. I keep wanting to get one, but yeah.
Yeah, how fast can you get your truck up to? Depending on gearing.
Depending on gearing, the fastest I've ever seen a spec go with a legal motor is about 120, 122. Right now we're actually geared down a little bit from that.
So a little more torque out of the turns?
A little bit more torque out of the corners, some of these sandy washes, stuff like that. Just gives you a little bit more pull.
So do you get a lot of tire spin still, even with the smaller motor?
We do, actually. You do. some of the things you get on that hard pack. We switched over to Toyo tires. With those tires, it gives us a whole lot better drive out of the corners, and so we're going that way. But even with the spec truck, you do get a lot of wheel spin with those.
Okay. And you guys doing tires every lap?
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take tires every time we take fuel.
And then, so you're thinking you're maybe putting about 80 gallons in each lap?
Yeah, we'll be a little bit more than 80. So.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge! Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
Brighter, stronger, professional race output. The new Rigid Pro is the most powerful lineup of lighting ever produced with the same legendary quality Rigid is known for. With the Rigid Own the Night sales event, earn huge rebates on all of Rigid's legendary products, including the new Pro Series, Radiance Plus, and the revolutionary Adapt. Why settle when it's easier than ever to own the night?
Rugged Radios. Work, race, play.
Hey, Steve, where you at?
Experience clear communications through headsets or helmet kits.
I'm up on the hill to your right.
Oh, there you are.
Talk vehicle to vehicle.
Keep radio contact going. Copy?
Talk to passengers.
Copy that, I gotcha.
And stream your favorite music. Complete communications for UTVs, base camp, toy haulers, or off-road vehicles. Rugged Radios, the authority in communications.